Death Metal Podcast coming to you live at the end of April. So that was sent to us today, the live show in Finland, which was this right here. Let's see, I'll show it to you guys. I think one band might have been on or off this, but so last night this show went off in Finland, and Dylan from Head Split Records. This was the Head Split Records Day of Decay show. And so he sent me a bunch of videos of the bands from this, dude, which is super cool, dude. So this is at the Rock Bear in Vanta in Finland on the 28th. So just yesterday or last night or whatever. I don't know what it means by it. Says Pilas et Tamasatata. Or whatever that is. If anyone speaks Finnish, let me know. I'm curious what that lady is yelling with her straight up cross. So it was torture rack, hemorrhoid, cadaveric incubator, pestigore, morbific, sadistic drive. So I think that band I played. If I get sketchy with this, it's because nothing is named. So I'm sorry if I don't own like everybody's release. So. But I have seen, I believe, a live video of Torture Rack. So I think that was Torture Rack right there. So we got a bunch of music and videos to play tonight for you freaks. normal death metal podcast style. I gotta make sure I stare into the mic and not out into space. I grabbed a bunch of obscurities to play. This past couple of days ago, there was a show on Jamming Out All Badass where Francisco asked me to do 20, it was 20 songs or something. It was like 4 countries with 5 songs each. And it was like Poland and like Spain and Belgium and all kinds of stuff. So like, if you guys want to check that out, the episode is really cool. I put on a lot of, that he asked me like, well, which bands do you listen to from these 5 countries, And I was like, all right, you know what? This is it, And obviously, maybe one of the countries was Canada, So obviously there's probably some blasphemy in there. But the thing is, on the more obscure countries like Belgium and stuff, like I had to really go into my own brain memory fucking catalog and like say like, what did I listen to from there? So we played some more obscure stuff. Like, I mean, he did play it like Dreft. So yeah, man, it was really cool. Good episode for me because it felt like my little soundtrack. So shout out to Francisco on that, man. Big ups. So check it out. Old school New Jersey 1987 demo.
and provide a feeling of weight pulling the testicles away from the body. While leather stretchers are most common, other models are made of steel rings that are fastened with screws, causing additional, mildly uncomfortable weight to the wearer. The length of the stretcher may vary from 1 to 4 inches, and the steel models can weigh as much as 5 pounds. Section 3. Parachute. A parachute is a small collar, usually made from leather, which fastens around the scrotum and from which weights can be hung. Conical in shape, with 4 short chains hanging beneath, to which weight can be applied. Used as part of cock and ball torture within a BDSM relationship, the parachute provides a constant drag and squeezing effect on the man's testicles. Moderate weights of 3 to 5 kilograms can be suspended, especially during bondage. Smaller weights can be used when the man is free to move, when the swinging effect of the weight can restrict sudden movements, as well as providing a visual stimulus for the dominant partner.
All right, so that was coming live from Finland last night. In the communal spirit of the death metal underground, Dylan from Headsplit sent a bunch of videos from his Day of Death Day of Decay. I'm sorry, I wrote Day of Death there, but it's the Day of Decay in Finland. So there was Morbific, Torture Rack, Pestigore, Sadistic Drive, Cadaveric Incubator, maybe one other band. I can't really read the logo. But so yeah, I'm just playing the videos blind though, you know. The show looked dope as hell. It did, man. A lot of headbanging in Finland. What's wrong with you, US? You know what though? At Metal Thread, I saw people headbanging. But in Finland, I see they hang bang with their sunglasses on in the front row. That's super sick. So yeah, tonight we're Death Metal Podcast is at episode 49. So I'm just trying to make sure I keep my eyes open, because a lot of times I notice when I'm on here, like the Rolodex of my death metal brain just keeps spinning like a hamster wheel. And I have to, like, you know, I go into like these deep thoughts about like old school death metal stuff that might not have made it to like Metal Archive or something, you know what I mean? So it's like, you know, I have a pretty decent memory. So, you know, like if you guys notice that, I noticed from my own live replays, like, I'm like, damn, he's got his eyes closed all the time. But I'm like, you know what? It's like, I know why. Like, it's like I'm going into the recesses of my brain and like pulling out like these factoids that are like pretty bugged out, you know? So, yeah. Love Cadaveric Incubator. Wish I was at that show. Nightmare Necropolis rules. So this was the show that came from, which, like I said, Dylan from Headsplit sent me a couple of videos this morning, and I was pretty psyched, you know? We talked about it the day before. So Headsplit Day of Decay. Death Metal Podcast turned into a Headsplit show, because, I mean, at least somebody's getting busy in the death metal scene, you know? So next up on the Death Metal Podcast Scum Train, we're going to play something old that probably a lot of people haven't heard, but I've seen it floating around lately.
Hoping for the right connection, 'cause I need it. Want it.
Venom. So that was the old Venom demo. So tonight, also, yeah, there's a bunch of shows and announcements I wanted to throw up here because this show not just about playing music; it's about supporting underground death metal scene and black metal scene too. So yeah, there's some shows. There's one tonight with Trenchant in Texas. So my man was saying he was heading out to see the Trenchant show. So shout out to them, man. They got an upcoming show in Texas with Ruin and HRA coming out of their grave for and then there's a second show with Pius Livis and Ruin in San Antonio as well. Don't know if I have the flyer on that one. So there's a new release from Pestigore out on Headsplit with the demos, rehearsal demo, and Untwistable Lights demo, which is super brutal. And then upcoming Sunday special edition on the Witching Hour, we have Gene Palablecki, who is playing in several bands. So there's probably going to be some announcements. The Mega Vortex Pius Levis LP is out now, or has shipped or something. So check that out. ETD from Texas, CD version coming out on a Mexican label. So I'll make more announcements later. New wave of heavy metal style. Cool. Yeah, that old Venom was the original singer. That wasn't even Kronos singing on there, if I'm not mistaken, because it sounds like Kronos, but they put out a few releases. They put out the first release doesn't have Kronos on it, which is like kind of news to me. I thought Kronos was in Venom like from day A, but apparently not, So let's go down into Texas for an old demo. I remember I wrote to this band, and in the old school ways of demo, like writing and connecting with people, sometimes like you would write to a band and they would send you a copy of their demo, and then they would send like 20 copies of their cover, and they would say, hey man, if you want to dub off some of these and take $3 each or whatever you want to do, hook it up, like we want to get our band name out there. And this was one of those bands, man, Divine Eve, and this was their first demo. Divine Eve from Texas. Texas always comes with a lot of hard death metal, right? That was an old demo, like I said, years ago. Like the guy wrote to the band in the tape trading days, and they sent me like a bunch of covers back, and they were like, "Hey man, you want to spread our demo around?" And I was like, "Hell yeah, I want to spread this, dude. This is heavy as hell." So it felt good, to like support. Like I'm all about supporting death metal and metal in general. So when people are, completely like they're into it like me, like it feels good, dude, It feels cool to that kinship, you know what I mean? Like the underground. And also like the whole DIY kind of movement, instead of like being force fed something like MTV kind of stuff, or I don't know, like fake media kind of whatever, like YouTube, I paid for this kind of stuff. A lot of people approaching me lately, shows and stuff, saying like, "Hey man, like your thing is real, like like you talk about real stuff, like it doesn't seem like a big ass like payola, I guess they're trying to say." And I know it. I mean, because I don't really, I don't play into the system like in the death metal scene. I run a record label too, so obviously like sometimes, you have to be involved with some kind of money baloney. But the thing is, like, when it comes to doing this show, or it comes to just supporting like regular death metal, I don't have to be paid to do it, I want to do it because it's fun for me, and I like bands and I like people. And even when I was at Metal Threat, I saw my friend from Mexico tag me. This guy is the best. You see him, I've seen him at shows multiple times. He's my homeboy. He always has a smile on his face. Coolest guy ever. Super picture taker. I was chilling with him and his wife. He said he's going to be moving near Montreal. So I live about 6 hours from Montreal. So I said, man, maybe we'll catch up. That would be sick. So yeah, this is Death Metal Podcast. If you want to share our videos, that would be cool, just to get more people to watch it. Normally, we go live, it seems like, on Saturdays. I don't really always specify a time, because occasionally I want to talk to people that are in Europe. So it's like, Europe, 6 p.m. could be like 12 midnight Europe. And if I could get somebody on here that's in the international death metal scene, underground, I'll do it. So we're gonna, play some death cult videos. This band is called Dark Side from Austria, 93 demo.
Rumpalille kitaraa. No niin, mennään sinne ihan ekana julkaisuna Rehdemaan. Aikoihin. Eli Incursion of Chaos.
Death Metal Podcast coming live from Finland from last night. Dylan from Headsplit sent me a bunch of videos to air on here because obviously this is the stuff we want to watch, right? I mean, I want to see European bands, so Torture Rack playing over there also, and then or Cadaveric Incubator, whoever. I'm a little lost on the videos because they're not named, but if any of you guys know in the chat, let me know too. So occasionally I knew one of the bands there, but some of those I'm like a little gray, So yeah, I posed a question to the chat, which was, what's everyone's favorite Finland death metal band? Your favorite Finnish death metal band? So I see some good answers. Pertinence, Mythos, Belial, and Ripikulu. Beharit and Impaled Nazarene with COB on the side. Abhorrence and Disgrace. Those are two of my favorites. Finland is an amazing black death metal scene. It's sickening in a good way. Archgoat are underrated. Hell yeah. Definitely Archgoat, a favorite Finnish band. They opened up the whole Finnish scene for me. Cool. Mordicus is right up there with me. Cool, man. Awesome. Thanks, John Grave. Demolic, of course. Yes, Demolic. They're definitely right there, For me, I mean, Interment from Finland was a big one for me that I liked. Abhorrence, first demo, and Abhorrence 7-inch, amazing. First Amorphous demo, super brutal. Let me think here. Obviously Ripikulu. Obviously, I could probably pull out a 4-page list of Finnish bands, right? Like there's so many good, there was so many good releases from there. Like they put out good demos and they put out good records, especially their first records on a lot of stuff, So, I mean, there's so many classics. Sentenced, for sure. Yeah, man, Finnish death metal is the sickest. I always, and also the Finnish death metal scene, like when you wrote with them, like what I did to get into being into Finnish death metal, these guys wrote cool letters, man. Like they really were into supporting their own scene. Like say somebody like Holocausto Vengeance from Beharit, like I would write him a letter and then he would tape me like the Pertinence of Algen demo. So you would think like, okay, this guy is into black metal or whatever, but like he was into death metal and the bands were supporting each other. And then you had Luxy out there who was drawing awesome covers for Sentenced. And if you tape traded with him, which I did, he would tape you all kinds of really underground stuff, like that Thromadar and all these like really far out bands. But then he would tape me, like I remember the first time I heard, I believe the second Demolich demo, it was from him, So, and then he would send you these big ass letters talking about the entire scene over there. So what I would do is I would reciprocate and I would send him a huge letter talking about our entire scene out here. Because this was the only way we could communicate. There was no internet. And there was no way you were calling Finland back then. Because it wasn't like there was like Vonage or something where you could call like a foreign country for free. It was like 99 cents a minute or something. So I remember even making a phone call to a foreign country. I think it was like Sweden or something. And I paid like $50 or something for like an hour. And I remember even when I used to have to call Autopsy, friends with Chris Reifert years ago, like I would have to pay for that shit, Listening to the Anguish 7-inch. Yeah. Demolic Schweds. Amorphous demo and Carlin in Mythius. Pertinence of Algen, Convulsion, Corpophilia, Electrophilia, to name a few. Most influential, Convulse. Sentenced, North through here, definitely one of my favorite. Archgoat, especially Angel Cunt. Pale Nazarene, if we're counting old black metal. We're counting that, man. I mean, I feel like it's all in the same zone, whether it be black metal, death metal. Favorite modern band, Lantern. I think some of the bands we're going to play tonight are going to be my favorite ones, So let's see what else we got in this treasure chest of metal.
Tähän lisää snareja ja molempia voksuja. Rumpalille kitaraa lisää.
Cardinal of execution!
So yeah, that was coming straight from the Day of Decay in Finland last night. So Head Split through like a show with their band Hemorrhoid, and there was a bunch of Finnish death metal bands. So shout out to Dylan for sending the sick videos to show on Death Metal Podcast for all the watchers. Sonic Poison is pretty good. New Finn grind, cool. Sonic Poison is fantastic. Awesome, brother. Yeah, cool. We want the tip-offs on here. This show's all about the tip-offs. There's new vinyl out I saw of this band. I'm really into them, and they were cool dudes. Dripping Decay. I saw they put their stuff out on record. Definitely check that out. Who else? Deteriorate. My partner on Necroharmonic at times is Rotter Records. Oscar Matter from Ceremonium. He got a new release cassette tape out on Rotter Records, which is Deteriorate. So it's actually rotterrecords.net. or Rotter Records on Big Cartel. This is Echoes of the Past with all the demos and old stuff. First time on cassette. Buy it. There's an upcoming show, Festering Fest 2 with Saprophagius, in Oklahoma. This is a little ways off, May 20th, but I figured I would let people know, man, in case you are from that area or you want to see these bands, Cool dudes, Upcoming show in Cali, Mortuous Funeral Chant. I believe when is this? This is tonight, actually. So if anyone's watching this right now or you're going to the show, let me know. You know what? Nowadays, it's easier for me to show a Google Drive video than it is for me to take a live stream, unless your phone is phenomenal, Like, you have to have an iPhone 13 or 14, I think, to capture it. And even then, like, it buffers a little. I would only know that because I have taken live videos now at shows and tried to... some of the stuff I did for Carl Necron's Sadistic Intent and Metal Threat thing, they come out pretty good. So, but I'm running an iPhone 13 for my operating system or whatever for phone. So, it takes pretty good videos. Not everything does. This is an upcoming release on my label and Rotter, Caustic Vomit, which we're going to play them actually, so you guys could check them out. We're doing the shirts and the tapes. So yeah, tonight, this show was, it was cool to get a bunch of videos from Dylan from Headsplit. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of cool to see these live tracks, right? What do you guys think? This has been a, pretty cool experience to feel like I'm in the front row of a Finnish death metal show. So we're going to play this one. This is Caustic Vomit. Clandestine Ballism from Japan. There's some old live stuff from them. They had several good real heavy releases, but it was cool to see the demonstration of it do it live too, you know. So yeah, this is Death Metal Podcast, unscripted as usual. We just go on here live, talk about death metal. Somebody was asking about a request. If I can put it in, I put it in. If not, you hit me up maybe at whatever, like Death Metal Podcasts, Facebook or something, or Instagram, and then check it out. But the thing might be playable. So yeah, there was this show going on in Finland. And I happen to get some show video of this from last night, so super cool. Let's see if we got another video from there. They got a little mixed up because the videos are so large. Like, I try to move them from one spot to another. Let's see here. All right, I don't think I played this one, so check it out. So that was live from Finland last night at the Head Split show. So I thought that was cool. A couple videos coming through of some live. So those are all like recorded like soloist, like we can do live streaming too, but it's like everything has to be like on computers usually versus cell phones. I mean, you could do a little of everything. Because we've had live streams on here that came in pretty clear. And I've also live streamed for other people's thing. It's like a browser based thing. So it's like, one little bloop in the internet, and then next thing you know, like things are weird. But, I mean, from the existence of death metal podcasts, like I didn't never expect it to go to go on here and literally somebody be like, send a link and be like, yo, hold your phone and stare it at the show you're at. And then next thing you know, they did. And I don't know, man. After that, like the whole show got changed just a little piece because people are like, "Hey, man, like this band's playing. Do you want to live cast this right now?" And I'm like, if somebody says like, "Hey, man, I'm at the autopsy show. Do you want to live cast this right now?" I'm like, "Yes." So I mean, sometimes we've had various results too. Like where maybe the sound was bad if it was an Android phone or an old phone or something, but sometimes just the visual of being at a show is sick. I mean, even that Finnish show right there with Torture Rack. So that front row going nuts, you know what I mean? All the Finnish, all that hair in there, Finnish hair. So it looked like a really cool scene, man. I appreciate a cool death metal scene. There's some other shows coming up. Shout out to Putridarium for the shirt and the stickers and everything. And they signed whatever that is right there. I rocked this out at when I was over in Metal Threat. There's a show in Houston with Mortician. It's coming up. And then as earlier we had shown, there's a show with Ruin coming up. So go out and support this show. Underground motherfuckers are putting it together. So, they got to make sure that they could pay the bands. You know what I mean? So it's important for people to support underground metal of death, This is coming up. Disma and Gorge, Satanic Goat Ritual, my boy Tino. Church Burn, Ancient Torment, Crossspitter, Ossuary. Super cool bands. Ancient Torment, Church Burn, cool guys, longtime friends. This is a little in the future. Autopsy and Volcano, Hell Witch, Undergang at the Mass Destruction. This is coming up too on Morbidity. This is coming up in June 9th and 10th. So yeah, I like to go on here and let people know about the shows. I don't know if I have it or not. I mean, it's kind of difficult to see if I have the hemorrhoid or not. Come see HRA in Houston the 16th. Yeah, we got the flyer right here, which I showed this 3 times. HRA represented after 4 years, I believe I was told, or something like that. Long time. So definitely support this. Support your local scene, man. Even if the band's, I wanted to support this show too. Stabbed. I saw posted this out with Sanguisugabog doing a few shows. I was trying to see if any of these were local to me because this is something I would check, Stabbed and Sanguisugabog. I mean, it sounds like my kind of show. That's a Claw 8 file for, yeah, that's not, okay, yeah, that probably a different one coming. The bassist, it was the center of attention. So let's see some more obscure death metal and Black Death from Death Metal Podcast. This is a pretty rare California demo. We just happened to talk about this lightly on Ken's Death Metal Crypt when he was doing his demo episode with Analog Archive, and then myself, Francisco, and Carl Necron were on there, and we were politicking about demo tapes because obviously we're all demo tape freaks. And I mentioned offhand after I saw that Analog Archive cat did the Exhumed logo, I was like, yo, man, did you do the logo to this band? Gory Melanoma from the demo. Pretty obscure stuff. They did a split 7-inch with Exhumed from Cali. Yeah, so try to play some different stuff on here. Maybe people have never heard. That's the goal of Death Metal Podcast, beyond just spreading the news of metal.
Illusions in the sheltered womb.
Death Metal Podcast with some live Funeburn. Very old lineup though. It was you had Alex Books, who's in Immolation now, and then you had you had Matt and Alex, who are Ruinous now. Dave, who's now full time in Evoken, and then you had the drummer was the drummer from Disma and the Megalith and the demos and everything. So, and yeah, so that was it was like a riff fest. They were fucking gnarly. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty gnarly video, man. So, I mean, I can't get away from it, you know? I feel, you know, like if some stuff is just so strong, you know? I wanna ask in the chat because I saw some video going around. So I'm gonna play a clip from the same band. This isn't the video, but if anyone in the chat knows where I can get a copy of the video they were showing the other day, it was like a meme or something. I'm not really sure, but the band is sick, and if anyone has any info on this, let me know. So yeah, I wanted to know, like, does anybody know on that mortuary drape video? I saw there was like some kind of meme. Hold on a sec. I saw there was some kind of like meme or some kind of like video thing where they were showing like this whole like ritual thing. Does anybody in the chat know? Just out of curiosity, because there was like I don't know, there was like a whole like little, you know, it looked like a ritual scene video. It was like really well shot, and I don't know, I was digging around YouTube for it, and I didn't see it, and I saw that other mortuary drape old live video. I was like, yeah, sick band, you know. So you know what I mean? I'm not, even though this is death metal podcast, occasionally we do play like black death metal and black metal, because I mean I feel like the scenes are very interchangeable, and also the grindcore. Haven't seen the video I'm talking about? Yeah, I guess I'm just more underground than most. So somebody's seen it on here, maybe. I've seen it rolling through, and it wasn't in context most of the time I saw it. It was like a meme almost, like on like girls' Instagrams, It was, but it was like a whole satanic ritual looking scene. It was a really well shot, like I believe it was Mortuary Drape too. It was definitely a Greek or Italian band, and super sick. So let's see. Let's go back into the Finland party and see if we've got something here we didn't play. So there's 2 videos of this band. So if I play anything twice, sorry guys. Let's see here. I think I played that one, so let's try this one.
Rumpalille kitaraa. No niin, mennään sitten ihan ekan julkaisun rehdemaan aikoihin. Incursion of Chaos. biisiä. Outcast, Pestigorios Richard.
So yeah, I think that was Pestigore. I'm embarrassed to not know that one of the songs, but that second song sounded a little more familiar to me. But yeah, super brutal to see them back because it's been like 30 years since there's been Pestigore releases. Super cool band. I mean, their demos I was a fan of for many years. Very obscure. Nobody was talking about them and no one was listening to demos, and some of the source tapes were kind of shady too. So this has been reissued on Head Split though, with the old stuff, the rehearsal demo, Within the Dark Mist promo, and the twisted perversion of Unbearable Light stuff. Cool stuff. I mean, really good band. What's up, Stefan Goldberg? You're at your cousin's party? Awesome. So yeah, tonight just bringing some old school and some Finnish death metal together from yesterday. I got these I've been feeling this band a lot. I've been listening to this release quite a bit. This band is from like Serbia or Croatia or something. Yeah, sorry about that. I popped that in there. That was Bloodbath. I think they're from like Yugoslavia or something, Croatia, something like that. So it's the upcoming show: Ruin, Wolf Skull, HRA, Active Shooter, and Licentics, Lunatics. Oh, Lunatics. My bad. This is at the Compound in Houston, 6/16. So definitely check and rep the this massacre for Texas, first time, Ruin, promoted by Goat Throne. So support it. Support underground record labels and support underground shows. It's super important for the DIY and underground scene. No one's getting money off this. Everyone's doing this purely for love of the metal scene. So it's like, it's cool that if somebody could at least break even and not have to pay to bring somebody out from a different state, you know? It just makes me think back to, you know, when I first started listening to metal and I heard some songs like this.
chapel in the moonlight, not the love light in your eyes. Forever will shine. Till roses turn to ashes, till the organ turns to rust. Ooh, if you never come, I'll still be there. Till moonlight turns to dust. How I love to hear the choir in a chapel in the moonlight, as they sing, oh, promise me, forever be mine. Till roses turn to ashes, till the earth turns to rust. If you never come, I'll still be there. Till the moonlight turns to dust. How I love to hear the choir in the chapel in the moonlight, as I sing, oh, promise me, forever be mine. In the chapel in the moonlight. Oh boy.
Thank you.
Death Metal Podcast's question. So that's they're playing, I think, tonight with Dylan and Head Split guys. Song has a cowbell. Of course I chose a song with a cowbell, dude. Come on, man. Why wouldn't I? So yeah, again, Death Metal Podcast, all about the support in the underground, man. That's why I show underground flyers on here, and even if they're not completely in like my area, like if they're in Florida, Texas, Euro, Japan, whatever. What do you guys think about that whole like Beherit and Blasphemy show going on in Japan? A 2-day festival where Beherit plays black metal one day, and then they play the electro set on the next day. What do you guys think about that in the chat, man? I want to hear it from the Death Metal Podcast family here. Like, what do you guys think about Blasphemy and Beherit? And Beherit with a 2-day set. 1 day of black metal and another day with the electro Beherit. Anybody going? I saw people that were going, man. There was people talking about going. I'm like, whoa, that's a major game you got, you know? I think it's cool though. I mean, it'd be cool to see Beherit. You know, that's a really sick show. I need to go. Yeah, it's in Japan. So, I mean, buying tickets to the show is one thing, but going to Japan, I'm assuming would the ticket price be expensive. You know what, though? I mean, if I really think deeper about it, going to Japan as one person, like as a fan or something, is not horrific, you know, compared to like, I always imagine like bands going to Japan and it's like, well, what if they have 5 members? Like, how much is that going to cost, you know? $5,000, you know, $7,000 nowadays? I don't even know. So yeah, Beherit playing 2 sets, black metal one and also an electro set in Japan, and playing with Blasphemy. I like the idea. Bands should do whatever they want. I like the idea too, man. Especially because they did make electro stuff too. So, I mean, they have a straight up electro record, you know? I mean, Beherit in general, they don't even play shows. You know, I saw pictures of them in Brazil or something, and I was like, did they play that show? But somebody said that the drummer was at the show in Blasphemy show in Brazil. Started to drive there after the show. Yeah. You got to have a deep hole to get to China. I mean, it's in Japan now, so maybe it's a little bit closer. Here's an old band that was kind of like, you know, this is from 93, and this was also put on a same label that was put out that Sequestrian. So yeah, Grotesque Infection. I remember I would hang out with these guys, and we would they would come to New Jersey and play shows with like Ripping Corpse or like Incantation or whatever. Super heavy 3-piece. Would go and hang out with Russ and or Justin, and we would bond because we were on the community green stuff. You know what I mean? So you know, it was cool to always see these guys, and the way they were blowing people's faces off in that show right there, that was obviously their hometown, but they were blowing their people's faces off down in South Jersey too. Like, people were going crazy, and that bass tone was like complete Rochevore kind of zone. So super sick, man. 1,600 to fly round trip to Japan and stay somewhere. I heard it's cheap to stay in Japan, so that's one cool thing. Roy, great choice, playing Dead Infection. I interviewed Justin on my channel. Such a great guy. Hell yeah. Justin Hiltz, for the drummer from Dead Infection, is a super cool guy, man. I've known him for a long, long time. That festival they were just showing, I think I went to that thing. If I didn't go to that one, I went to the one that was the year before with Rochevore and Incantation. But I think I went to both because Flem played one, and I had traveled with Flem one time. And then there was a time I traveled there with Incantation. But I'm trying to think, like, and then I think Incantation and Flem played that other one. So guys from Grotesque Infection were always super cool, man, you know? Yeah, if I said Dead Infection, I meant Grotesque Infection. Thank you for playing that, Jim. No problem. I mean, those are my boys, and, you know, I want to play stuff on here that I listen to, basically. So this is what I listen to. Impetigo. Right when after that intro kind of comes off and they start just doing that first kind of like real Impetigo song from that first album, that was like boom, man, with that hit. That was a hard part. Like I remember the first time I had heard that part, because I literally, like sometimes you could go in green on records like Blasphemy, I went in green on, Impetigo, I went in green on, not hearing them, and literally buying that stuff from Wild Rags and then being like, what the fuck? Because there was no YouTube. I mean, and there was no, where was I hearing Impetigo unless I took a chance to buy it? Like, you know what I mean? Like, maybe if you were lucky, there was a record store that might let you hear it. But even if it was a record store buy, like, you couldn't listen to the stuff, right? I mean, were you guys able to listen to your stuff at the record stores? I wasn't. I had to buy that shit. Hey, man, no problem. So yeah, we just have a mix of different stuff. Definitely showed some flyers. I didn't show this is upcoming in the mix. Disma double 3 different color vinyl release of Earth Endium on Necroharmonic. So we got the CD and the cassette out already. The vinyl's coming out. So definitely check for that. Yeah, I don't think it'll be around long. Impetigo, I actually know Jim, Cannibal Jim, who drew most of the album covers. They were from Bloomington, Illinois, and Jim and I are from Peoria, Illinois, which is 40 minutes drive from 2 towns. Cool. Awesome. Cannibal Jim. Yeah, that's sick. You chill with Cannibal Jim, bro? Pretty brutal. So let's check out this old school one. I've been like digging this all week for some reason. This is my old favorite. Death Metal Podcast coming at you with the Sexalt or Sam Hain. They were called Sam Hain as well. So yeah, shout out to Cannibal Jim. I'm sorry to hear that. So Cannibal Jim was like did some art stuff for Impetigo. Did the cover art for the Horror of the Zombies, you know? So complete cult classic, dude, you know? Steve-O did a lot of art, obviously, but yeah. The band was Danish. Yeah, they were Danish. They're De Sexalt. They were also called Sam Hain. They basically were on an old one of those old like new Renaissance type compilations where they had like a mixture of like thrash metal that eventually turned into death metal, kind of like Ultimate Revenge and Satan's Revenge 2, where you had like Morbid Angel and Necrovore mixed with like thrash metal bands, or even like the earlier stuff like the Metal Blade compilations. A lot of those were like really gateway type style things. On and off, I've been trying to coordinate an interview with Drew Elliott, who drew a lot of the covers of some of those old like new Renaissance compilations. I should have called him actually when I got back from Metal Threat, because I think today was the day that I was trying to possibly maybe make like an interview with Drew Elliott. You know what? Sometimes I don't do the interview right away because I want to come with my A game, you know, as far as like the artwork and everything for the releases, you know. That way, you know, each artwork for him, you know, he's an artist, and then we could talk about like his, you know, like what was going on. He was a big driving force of the visuals of a lot of bands, and especially the new Renaissance compilations. So you can only imagine how many little freaks out there like me were out there collecting those rare new Renaissance comps and going store to store with our bicycles trying to pick up the Sexalt singular tracks or Slayer like one-off tracks or something. So all right, so I saw today too, it was funny, I played that Venom. They said that was the 40th year anniversary of that being recorded, that old Clive Angel Dust demo. They call it the $50 demo. So so let's go into some other like rare stuff. Feels like this one jumped from cast to cast to cast without getting rocked. I'm gonna play this. This band is called Cranial Torment.
Warning! Warning! This is not a dream. It is a message from the other world. We came from here. Close to the
So yeah, the Cranial Torment. I wanted to give a big shout to friend Jerry from Ancient Death. We've been working with them for a few years. Derek, Jerry, Jasmine, and Ray. They put out a release with Necroharmonic, and then recently, the other day, they made the announcement. Jerry joined Atheist on guitar he's joining for this tour. So they have a tour coming up with Atheist and Cynic, which are both like Jerry's like favorite bands. So you know what I mean? He got a chance to join a band he's like already into, which is super cool, man. I think that's kind of cool, It's kind of like a Matt Harvey situation, except Jerry's mad younger. But yeah, I mean, I think it's cool. If I'm not mistaken, I've heard this a few times on Ken's Death Metal Crypt. So Ken for supporting. Hell yeah. Speaking of Cranial Torment, those Funebre demos CDs are out. Exactly. I saw also a cassette of something with the second demo. Scream Your Brains Out is another comp I remember. It had Leviathan, Chris Barnes band. I thought they were great. I have another compilation with like a Leviathan song, a pre-Cannibal Corpse thrash band from one of those like weird compilations. There was like those like little sneaker songs. I mean, you guys in the chat, I mean, what do you guys think? Like, what was your favorite like little compilation? Like, I mean, I definitely Satan's Revenge too is like the most evil one with the Necrovore and the Morbid Angel. Also, I got this to show. I don't think Carl's on right now, but mine ain't on the wall right here. Necrovore split Sarcophago record, super rare. So yeah, the old Necrovore song from one of those comps was like a super good quality too on New Renaissance. Totally got me into the band. The band's name, I don't have the record handy, but I had that one out the other day. The band's address was on the back, and as were the other bands that played on the New Renaissance comp. And that was actually the first death metal band that I ever wrote to, I consider death metal band, I don't know about thrash stuff because I did write to some thrash metal bands, especially after Ed Farsley's, what do you call it? His fanzine. So I'm not sure. Did I show Ed's Possessed flyer? I don't even remember. There's a show coming up Sunday with Carl with the Witching Hour. We gave the ATD some love. I saw Mortuous. Erica joined as a full-time basis on Mortuous, so that's cool. Shout out to them. They, some of these bands, Blood Incantation, Mortuous. I mean, other bands and these people, this, that. I Am Morbid guys, like they support Death Metal Podcast too, There's this show going on tonight, Trenchant. Let me see though. I don't know what happened to that flyer here. There was a show the other night where we did a show where we picked out 4. Francisco said, yeah, okay, 4 countries and then 5 songs from each country. So we had Poland, Spain, Belgium, and Canada. And I got to pick out all these songs. And so if you guys want to check out Jamming Out All Badasses episode that was dedicated just to my picks, it was pretty cool, man. I picked out a couple wacky things there. And I want to introduce people to stuff that I listen to. So that's probably the whole purpose of this this live stream, just to listen, like this is what I listen to this week, or this is what I feel like listening to right now. So like, why not play it on here, right? For everyone else, like a DJ, unpaid DJ job, and then spread the word about shows, you know what I mean? Or releases. I mean, I support Dripping Decay. I support HRA, you know what I mean? I want to let people know about the things that are going on. Mike from Ruin, Jerry and the Atheist tour. I want to support the friends and family, I think it's important to to look your boys out, you know? Like, if you do, you know, the karma come back at you, you know what I mean? And then, you know, I mean, it feels like it does, so. Good karma comes from good karma. So when we were on the Finland tip, let's play this. Right. So I saw a lot of good comps mentioned in here. The Blearg comp, #1, exactly. Eyes of Death. I had to throw in my comment here. The Wine of Satan comp LP. I know it's a black metal one. I had it out actually. I was just listening to it because I listen to my stuff. There was a couple, definitely somebody was saying Satan's Revenge also. Like that was a really killer one. I like this comment too, man. This was a cool one. The Killed by Death. Those were cool. Got you into Underground, no doubt. Necromantic comp tape by a dude in prison, Texas, 91 and 92. I used to like those prison death metal letters. Random tip, Defended Sanity doing a North America tour this summer. Yeah, cool. I'm going to see maybe Maul in a few weeks. Or a few days, maybe. A week from today, I think. I don't know. See if I can get there. But Believe Church and Agonize, The Annihilation of Antichrist, and Pentalgia would be my top picks, but Satan's Revenge 2 is lit. Satan's Revenge 1 is actually lit as well. I really enjoy that this dude does Cosmic Putrefaction. Super talented dudes. I don't listen to it often, but I like it when I do. Yeah, man, I liked it too. So I thought it was death metal podcast worthy. Is that dude that's still that was in the chat earlier? Are you still here? Because you were asking me to play something in particular. So if you're still here, I'll play it. If not, then obviously I ain't gonna play it. Check out this band Norway from Norway. They're called Abysmal. This demo is from 1991. You guys know I'm always going to come with the hot shit. So, yeah, that was Abysmal from Norway. Shut that banner off. Cool. So, yeah, I like to bring unusual stuff on here, obviously. So that way somebody heard something new. So when I stump Francisco, I know I'm at it. I'm on my full blast. So shout out to Texas in general. So let's go into some more music here. What else have we got that I didn't play here? So here was my man's requests from earlier. Now, you know what? Here's something that JD got me down with. Death Metal Podcast coming at you live. So I like when the chat is blowing up talking about metal stuff, regardless if it's the topic at hand or whatever, you know? It's cool. Everybody gets down and gets up on here. Like sometimes a lot of people actually are watching this, so it's kind of cool to just bring metalheads together, you know what I mean? Regardless if we're at home or whatever, you know? So, yeah, man. Winter, old shit, the demo stuff. I mean, you know, I like the album too, but the demo was just hitting me pretty hard, even though it's a little faster. Here's something you don't hear too much. Murder Squad, which was members of Dismember and Autopsy.
Chemicals watching about lying on anxiety, pulsing blood seeping through thy skin, feeding on your pain and joy it brings to me. Ravenous, murderous, homicidal. Revelation is dead. Rage repels my rocket soul. Change of blood, excrements are as a blood. I join the worms that feast on your corpse. Ravenous, murderous, cannibalistic.
Metal Podcast coming at you with the death metal. Blasphematory. Fucking sick, exactly. Super. So yeah, the debate in the chat I see is about, does anyone agree 2008 Dismember self-titled album is one of their best? No one ever mentions that one. Now, I think that it is a good album, actually. That's a pretty fucking tight death metal album. So, I mean, no one ever mentions it because there's so many people that are stuck in the past, and then a band comes out with a death metal record and they name it death metal. So it's like, you know, like automatically that was a weird choice. That was like naming, you know, that'd be like naming Metallica. But like, you know, it's trying to say like, hey, this is our new, I don't know. I mean, that's just my thought on Dismember death metal. I like the record. I mean, it's good, but I mean, I could never get off that ever flowing stream thing, you know, or the third demo, man. Third demo, Dismember, completely brutal. Cool. Yeah, it's hard to top ever flowing stream, you know. There's just something about like the ambience of the mute, you know, the recording and everything. So it's like, but death metal is heavy, man. I mean, if you want it, there was someone that agrees with you. I chat and chilled with them and stayed with Marcy from Michigan. She told me the same thing as you just told me. She said, Dismember death metal is the best record, you know? And you know what I mean? I mean, everyone likes different stuff, but she's into pretty hard shit. I was like, yeah, that's a pretty well produced and solid death metal record, you know? So the other day I did this like live cast with Francisco, and I left this band off my Polish list, so I figure I'd play them now. That was the best song, right? That's the best song. That's where Pungent Stench got it from, right there. Maybe, I don't know, but that definitely is some Pungent Stench ish, So yeah, man. We try to come pretty hard on here. Obviously, I definitely, I like death metal as hard as hell. Underground stuff. Ulcerous Phlegm, 7 inches. I remember hearing those at Paul Ramirez from Splatteria's house. And I was just like, God damn, man, this is heavy, dude. Like, this is where I'm going with death metal, And at the time, like, it was grindcore in a way, but it wasn't. It was like a confusing time because, like, you had your death metal of, like, your incantations and deaths and immolations, but then it was like, there was this sound that was just like, dude, this is tuned lower. The songs are shorter. It's just like, it was an era of time, from even this, I would go, we were saying like 94, but it might have even went back as far as like 91, from like 91 to 99. There was like this whole like generation of this heavy death metal, which sometimes they call it grindcore now. Sometimes they call it gore grind. But at that time, I mean, I was seeing some of it as death metal. And even Ulcerous Phlegm. I mean, maybe their song titles weren't death metal, but the riffs were. I thought so, Good stuff. Cool, man. Yeah, Hales, Bernard, and Ulcerous Phlegm. I know you can find or have heard played bands at Hartley's. Roy is Utopia. I heard it once and never heard it again. Cool. I think we played it the other day on the Francisco episode. Those driving tones and beats remind me of a Gothicles. Love it. Gore grind is the best. That's what I'm saying. You know, playing that just made me think about how weak some of the other YouTube death metal shows are. Because I was like, you know what? No one is getting down with this, right? Like, this was the heavy stuff, the real death metal. I mean, although that is a grindcore band, like the riffing and the whole style is like completely friggin' off the hook. So it's like I don't know, the scene got like homogenized by like idiots. I'm glad to come on here and set the record straight, you know, because I don't know, like I was just thinking about that while I was playing that song, because you know, I don't know, like death metal got watered down a little bit. So I mean, some of that music helped prop it up, and to hear that it's like stupid or noisy or the vocals or whatever, it's like I'm not even listening to that. I'm listening to the riffs. So I'm going to go back into the rabbit hole. This was an old pull that I pulled out of my own demo collection and ripped it. Let's see if it works. Death Metal Podcast. That was a real exclusive. So back back when I first started doing YouTube or whatever, this show or whatever I'm doing right now, I was like, what am I gonna play? You know, because I figured I had to pull some stuff out of my collection to play. So I remembered that to be like something rare that like the band had sent me. And I was like, you know what? I want to share that like with others. And then, so if you guys get a chance, definitely go back and give that another listen too, because that's a rare piece of, Demigod history. Probably just taped for me because I was a pain in the ass at the time, hitting up Demigod saying like, yo, can you tape me some rehearsals? You know what I mean? Which they did kindly, and I appreciate that. And I stayed dedicated to them for life as far as like fan base, while they were death metal. And as far as friends, and then seeing them too in the US, and then staying friends with Seppo, the drummer, and him even talking to me about Galvanizer before they came out. You know what I mean? Trying to so like, it's like some of these like friendships that you make with bands, it might have been only we were tape trading years ago, but then when social media hit, instead of taking things into like a negative zone, like it was more sociable to talk to like old school like dudes that you might have wrote letters to. It was like, oh, you know what? Like I wrote letters to this guy. Like, so it's like he was my pen pal in the 90s. And now I actually get to see what he looks like, which that's cool. And then maybe his family, or if his band's still going, fanzine, whatever. And then any direction. But like in the long term, it's like you form like a bond or like a weird like a underground relationship with people. It's cool. I always appreciated it a lot. Demigod is so goddamn good, heavy as fuck, well written, super fast, superb. Svart did a good job. Never thought I'd have a copy. Gotta love it. Cool, man. Appreciate it. That's insane. Personal Demigod recording. Yeah. Put on Death Metal Podcast Museum someday. Yeah. I mean, you know what? My life on this is just the Death Metal Podcast Museum. So just stick it in my friggin' monument. So yeah, guys saying what's up to people, you know what I mean? This is the community of death metalers. I have other Demigod rehearsals and rare stuff too, live stuff. It's just like there's only so many hours in the day, and like obviously like like a lot of people might be out there like trying to capitalize on like every single recording and everything that happens. But like, I don't even feel that strongly about doing that, like I just want to listen to music, dude, that's it. So, I mean, hopefully, doing this is like, does help spread, music to others that maybe haven't heard it, good or bad. I mean, I just, I felt that, I felt like I could talk about things on here that nobody knew about. And I felt like I could talk about it because I was there, So like if I'm not talking, I was usually there if I'm saying this, There's no second congestures on these, or whatever you call that. Congestion. I don't know. So, you know, I mean, I want to keep it real. Like, I was hanging out with this band, you know?
Napalm Death. The band's new lineup has recently been changed, and here is their first interview since the arrival of a new vocalist and guitarist. You'll probably jump to the conclusion that they're all from Birmingham, and you'll be wrong. Jesse, the guitarist, happens to be from the USA. It's just that, well, he didn't say anything. Fortunately, the other three did.
And the other two guys, which is Barney, the new vocalist, and Jesse, the new guitarist, can play death metal, something Bill and Lee never wanted to play.
Yeah, right.
Bill wanted to play it, but didn't want to play it in Napalm Death. He thought Napalm Death should carry on being a basic band with just 2 riffs per song, 20-second, 30-second songs. Why should they progress? Why should, they should stop that way. Bill just wanted to do that with Carcass, but basically Carcass are the Gary Anderson Sonics. That's what they call it there, Carcass, the Gary Anderson Sonics.
Basically, it comes down to the fact that, like, because Bill had 2 bands, he was like doing everything he wanted to in Carcass.
Yeah.
And so in Napalm, it was sort of like, when me and Mick would say, well, this song we wanted to have like a few more riffs, we wanted to be longer.
He wouldn't want to do it.
Say, well, are you sure that's the direction Napalm should go? And we'd say, well, we think so, because we've done 2 albums of like short songs, we can't do any more. And he wouldn't want to do that, basically, because he was doing it with Carcass. So really, in a way, it's good that he left, because now we can...
It's like, now we can play what we want to play.
Yeah, I've read this
death metal grindcore, if you want to put it to that way.
You don't feel restricted anymore, you can sort of you can choose what you want to do.
Everyone in the band's like dedicated now, whereas before it wasn't.
I mean, like, and also certain things he wanted to do, like leave because of his own ideals and stuff, he wouldn't.
Yeah, Lee had ideals and would be against something.
So talking about your own personal sort of politics and stuff, but basically, sort of restrict the band in doing what he wanted to do.
I think he saw your way as a sort of more commercial approach. I read the thing in the NME, and he thought your approach was more commercial.
That's what he thought.
Is that fair comment?
I mean, as a way of like making a living out of it, yeah, maybe. But I mean,
we want to make a living out of it.
Because the fact is, that's like the music.
Nothing's changed. It's got damn sight more fucking brutal.
We know we can become bigger doing what we want to do, basically. But I mean, what's wrong with that, really? What is the problem in doing that? I mean, the fact is, like, okay, he's like saved his face now. He's in with his fellow friends. You think, oh yeah, it was a good move to leave Napalm. They were getting far too capitalist or whatever, or far too trendy. And so you've saved your ideals by like leaving the band. But basically, in a few months' time, when he's skint and he's not got no money, and then he starts moaning, well,
what's going to be crawling back, is he?
I'm not saying we're in Napalm.
No, we're not just here for the money, but you've got to see, these people have got to understand that, you know what I mean? a band of our size and our popularity, there's nothing wrong with us taking money. When a promoter at the door is pulling in 1,000 people and he's taking a big load of money, what is wrong with us taking some money at the end of that gig when we've worked hard to do it? I mean, Lee didn't see it that way. Lee could carry on playing gigs for £30 a night, and well, you're just getting nowhere. You're going backwards.
Napalm have been around a long, long time, and they played. I mean, when I first went Napalm, they did a year of gigs, something like 80 gigs with not for one penny. And that was in Newcastle and places like that.
I used to travel all over the place.
So what's the point in getting? What's wrong with like getting something back?
All right, you heard it. That's some early Napalm Death shit. Right as soon as Jesse joined the band, so that was a cool little interview snippet. I thought just happened to be listening to that, and you could learn a little bit about the in workings of like Lee Dorian like leaving Napalm Death, which is interesting stuff. It's like maybe some financial thoughts, or you know what I mean, like it's interesting insider stuff. And then the carcass information in there. I don't know, I'm sure you guys could all speak, understood the UK slang. So yeah, man, we try to come with a little bit obscure stuff and just some things to think about too when I do this live show. Here's a band from 2023. I think this had come on a recommendation from Andre Peters. Check it out.
sacrificial blood. There is an evil in a mass physical horror to conform through earth and hell, being sustained by sacrificial blood. Clergy meet the carnival, fraction of his will, purpose baptism. Souls of a child. Time is a tree. Release the master message to tell to come more. Rule at the nail, the time has come. The carnage will follow. They die forever. Centuries old, cryptostone, manipulation of evil minds, the sun lies and people in massacre. Now we're risen without remorse. One by one, you're chosen to the infernal plan. His time has come, the carnage will follow.
Lord Diablos. One of the most brutal black metal demos, right? It's like Mortician meets Beherit. So yeah, sick. Always one of my favorites. That one and the split 7-inch with whatever the comp track or whatever you call it, Werewolf Blood and Semen. Death Yell split 7-inch. Those are my two faves. Those are the sick Beherit, you know? Yeah, creepy demo. You know what? It was cool to write with them too back in the day. So like when you have like a connection and with these satanic or whatever you would call it, occultic figures making music, and then you know you're hitting them up, and you know it's obviously, you know what I mean, it was old school, so it's cool, you know, like exchanging stuffs. IRCs. And I'm not going to answer to that. And then let's see what else we got. We're going to wrap this up, actually. I'm just going to blow your heads off with whatever I want to listen to. So see you guys around. Thank you for tuning in. And Death Metal Podcast episode 50 coming. I don't know if that's going to be some special shit because I don't give a shit.
To see your front too, but
is it as extreme as like most of the hardcore bands we were listening to at the time, and it was like came from a totally different area.
They'd always follow minor scales rather than major scales because it sounds completely it's just a traditional rock thing kind of thing to do, to go from like E to A to D and all these happy sounding chord progressions. Slayer and bands, you know, and earlier bands like Sabbath and Venom, they tried to avoid that.
what, they try to sound sadder.
I don't think sad's the word, just evil. I think that's what they were aiming for. Just something that sounded really brutal.
Death Metal Podcast. We're still live, obviously. Need the womb reissued? Yeah, we're going to work on that. There's some bigger things coming for Necroharmonic, too. Let me see. I had something here lined up. I thought it was going to play faster. Here we go. I appreciate everyone that supports. Wait, that wasn't working. I don't know what happened there. I didn't hear any sound, I'll tell you that. Let's see here. Can't go out like that, man. All right, so give me 1 sec. So, yeah, we usually come live every Saturday, and then we got an Instagram page if you want to join it, Death Metal Podcast, and then put the like the announcement or whatever. But most of the people that come on here are the same people, right? It looks like it's the same 30 or 50 people, like every time. Here's a rarity. Only here. Later.
All right, we're Rochevore, and this is called Unbeknownst.
Thank